Hey everybody. So I went and finished her hair. I'm going to continue. I'm going to start with some Copic base and then we'll move into inks. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Shadam? Hey, what's up, Dom? Can you chat on Skype or you busy working? Yeah, sure. Hey, what's up, Dom? You there? Is your mic on mute? I think Dom's mic is on mute. Do 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 do. See? That's what happens when you don't use them. They break. Hey, what's up, Dom?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, there we go.
Look at that. See what happens when you don't use it? You lose it.
No, shit gets all fucked up.
Pretty much. How's life, man?
Not too bad. Pretty hectic at the minute. Um, but yeah, better than being boring and slow, I guess. We've had a few drastic changes to our lifestyles, but we're getting used to it now. We're trying to make everything fit and work.
You still buying a home?
Yeah, we're still buying a home. Not quite found the right one yet. We've since May, we've had my partner's nephew living with us through whatever circumstances. So we've suddenly become full-time parents to a 9-year-old, which is sort of had its own little ups and downs, but we're making everything work and fit now. And so the house that we were buying or trying to look at anyway has got to be a little bit bigger to accommodate him.
Mm. Just make them live under the stairs,
And
right? That's what you do in England, right? Like
well, yeah,
the
yeah,
stepkids
shed
live
at the
under the
bottom of the
stairs.
garden.
hmm you did get him a lightning tattoo, make it a game, you know. Yeah, my wife wouldn't think that'd be funny, but she goes, "You're not being funny." I'm like, "I was an orphan. I can make those jokes." Orphan jokes, yeah. Well, that's cool. Yeah, man, looking for a fucking home. I mean, it's not the looking. It's when you do find one, then the fucking nonsense you got to go through to get it squared away. So
Yeah, I mean, we've got all our stuff sorted with a broker. You know, we've got the mortgage in principle and all that sort of jazz. So it's just at the minute, it's finding one that me and my partner can agree on.
yeah, I know. I finally bridged that gap, and then the people selling the place sold it for $10,000 less to someone else, like because they didn't want to
Ah,
deal with my VA stuff. And I'm like, well, like the rate isn't. It's a benefit, but now my wife's based on the principle. She's like, we don't have to do it, but fuck these people. Like I'm like, it's funny because you go to their house and they're all decked out and like we support troops. And I'm like, well, I try to explain to her the reality of what that actually means. Like,
yeah.
people say it is, but this is nothing new. Like my buddy Chris, I've had him on the stream once. He's an older guy. His grandfather was in World War One.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he was in World War One, so he served right on the front, and he hated the Red Cross because apparently when he came back from the front, the first I think he did like two rounds of it or some shit, 2 or 3 rounds, I can't remember. Anyway, he came back, the Red Cross was there selling donuts. No free food.
Wow,
Yeah.
that
He's
that's
like, who the
special.
fuck has money, right? You got hell going on around you, and they're like,
Yeah,
yeah,
dodging bullets, cutting blood, but oh yeah, I'll have a donut. Yeah.
selling sugar and flour essentially to you. So yeah, he tells the story often, but
hmm So I guess looking for houses over in the States is probably a slightly different kettle of fish to over here, isn't it? The
maybe. I
way.
mean, I don't know. I know here it's just things come up, they go. It's kind of quick. So like even if you take a week off, something might appear in the middle of the week. You can't really take any time off. And then once you put in an offer, you're in this like 4 to 5 day holding period, and then you can do a counter offer, and it's a whole fucking thing. But you're not allowed to directly talk to anybody. The brokers, the realtors deal with all that shit, and so there's a whole fucking trick to it. We got a our realtor is really she's really good. Like she's super smart. She's actually like her husband's a symphony conductor, and she's like actually into medical stuff, and her mom was a realtor and got into this, so they kind of do it on top of everything. They're like super. They just took a group of fucking like 20 kids to Mexico for this giant symphony tour, and they do Shakespeare and shit. So they're like, you feel like you got someone qualified. You know what I mean? You're like, all right, they're not just
that is completely different to our experience over here. It must be the cushiest job over here being a real estate agent, because they know nothing about the houses. They're literally there to open the door. You look around it. You ask them any questions. Where's the boiler? How long has the tenants been in here for? Why are they selling? They're just like, I don't know. I don't know. We write these questions down and find the answers out and get back to you. Like, what's the point of you being here? You've just opened the door for us. That's it.
Yeah, she can look at the molding and tell me who built it and then what, you know what I mean? Just like
No.
beyond what is was stated, she can tell. So like,
That's what I want. That's the sort
yeah,
of level, because I got these questions like, there's if there's construction been done to the house with it, or the planning permission, who did it, how sturdy is it, like why is this crack up the wall, is that
yeah,
structural, or is that just appearance, like, and then I don't know. This is the first time I've seen the house as well. I was like, well, so this is our second viewing, send someone who knows what about the house.
yeah. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't say, hey, you should get someone, but I mean, when you have someone that does know their stuff, it makes a lot
Yeah.
of difference. You know what I mean? Like, so like, I'm not worried about that end of it. But at the same time, it's man, it's just no fun. It eats up. When people are like, "Oh, why are you starting up late on your stream?" I'm like, because my wife gets off work at 5:30, and then from 5:30 to 11, we're looking at houses because the light here doesn't go down until almost 11 p.m. So we
Cool.
go and just drive around. First, we go and drive to places so I can see if it's even in a neighborhood I even care to look at. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you pull in and you're like, I'm not living here. Like I don't want to waste the realtor's time. So there's that element of it, and then once we do find places, okay, we're willing to like go inside, then you got to arrange that time too, and you know,
Yeah, all ours seem to shut at 6 o'clock at night, which is just, I don't finish work until 5:30, and then you got to get back home. You're trying to book ones for after that. They're like, no, we shut at 6. Sorry. I was like, well, who has time to book off in the middle of the day? Like,
yeah. So I've been doing that sick, too. Trying that. Like I wear a mask and shit, so when I'm out in their house, as long as they're not around, then I put it on so they don't think I'm walking in with fucking SARS or some shit. But I mean, I'm fine now. I just got this fucking weird cough thing. So
yeah, it's been lingering for a few weeks now, hasn't
yeah, yeah, it's fucking annoying.
it?
I can imagine if I wasn't with the diet I do have, it could have been far worse. I eat a lot of probiotics and stuff. So I mean, look, I survived con, no sick. I survived the first round of flight with weird shit, no sick. We got into Indiana and dealt with the family stress of that emotional nonsense. Still no sick. Got on the first flight, no problem. The second flight is what did it. I just had this guy who was so some people are fat, some people aren't. As a previous fat guy, I can say, look, some people are so big they need two seats. This guy needed two seats but had one. So he was in
Yeah.
my seat sweating on me. You know what I'm saying? And like I don't know
That's,
how to fight that. So I got sick from that. That's basically how it all went down. To come at the worst time just because of everything that's got pushed back too. So I had
yeah,
all the
it's always the way it's going to happen. It's got to be at the worst possible time.
yeah. So like the convention did okay. So I took a bunch of. What happened though is all my prints got destroyed on the way back. So I took some extra commissions to help cover the cost of replenishing that. Because I have Kickstarter shit to ship out, and now I have to
Mm.
rebuy that on top of the fucking time to do the inventory. So I'm like, I'll take 10. 10 should do it. I'll take an entire week. I'll do one a day to take 10 days, right? So about a week and a half. I'll just deal with it. But then I got sick and couldn't do anything for about a week and a half.
Yeah.
And so now everything's due, and at IDW, I'm just like, well, guys, there's not being part of a project's always an option too. You know what I mean? This wasn't my plan. I don't get sick often. Last time I got sick was that X-Men thing. And that was, again, another person hanging on me and just coughing on me for like 4 hours. So I don't know how to fight that. But
Doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's a doozy.
yeah, it's fucking, it's people are disgusting, bro. You know, I understand. I understand why the Matrix was like, you smell, like they smell,
Yeah.
You're a disease.
The way in our office because it's got the aircon. If one person gets sick, it just gets spread around the whole office instantly.
Yeah, I worked in a place, my first art job, they had the worst. Whoever did the guy that ran the warehouse where they actually printed shirts because they had their own on-site facility, he built the air duct system. He considers himself a construction guy, but he's not. And so everyone was getting, I was just continually sick for a year. It's the most I've ever been just continually sick. I just assumed I was going to be sick for the remainder until I left, and then I wasn't sick again for like 3 years until I went to Comic Con and got the con flu. Oh, the con flu. The worst case of
Yeah,
con flu I've ever had. Yeah.
I'd never heard of the con flu until you guys started
Oh, it's real.
talking
Look it
about
up.
it.
Like, you know, it's quite. It happened. It doesn't happen in groups of 30,000. It happens when they get up to 100,000. You know, like I can. Small cons
Yeah.
never a problem, but 100,000 people. Who knows what the filtration system's like? Or it's like at least in Vegas and convention centers. I know Vegas is because they have people who can smoke, and you know if you've ever been in a casino, it gets a little weird, but it's not, if someone's smoking right by you, it gets filtered right up. You know, like
Yeah.
it's not in your face. It's not pleasant, but it's not also like if you're at a cafe and someone smokes. You know, and you're like you mother. You know, or you ever been in a backyard and the neighbor lights up and you're like you're fucking. Well, there goes my entire fucking night. I gotta go inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
It's usually September time I get ill because my partner's a primary school teacher.
Mm.
So, first few months back, she's just getting infected with all of the kids, whatever they've got, and passes it straight on to me. Like, cheers.
Yeah, that I get. You know, if you're around kids all the time, I get it. But I'm not. So, I mean, I hang out with Brandon on the internet, but you know, it's a
Big kid.
different. Yeah, it's a different form of childishness. But yeah, whatever. So, I'm just over here doing this bullshit.
How many more you got left after that one?
Well, this I consider wave one. So wave one, I'm trying to get this done in the next, 4 hours or so I can ship these three out. Then I have two sketch covers we're actually due at con, but these sketch covers, if you see I put up a Wolverine while I was at con that I kind of drew, there was color to
Yeah.
that, but it got destroyed because it's an older sketch cover and they don't accept the alcohol markers. And it was bad. So I told the guy, I said, look, I can give you your money back, or, because he bought the Logan that I did, that crafty one, the one that was on the craft paper, because I brought it and he bought it. And I was like, I could take this home with me and ship it to you. And I don't mind paying for the shipping because I kind of want to figure out a way around these fucking shitty sketch covers that just they
Mm.
appear randomly. It's kind of hard to tell which one's which. Um, and then the other one was a Star Wars one that was on this. I could feel it, and it felt like the same material. So
Yeah, so
that
just sort of using them as like a learning curve to how to get around those sorts of papers.
yeah. So I have a stack of older sketch covers from about 10 years ago when my buddy still worked at this comic shop. He gave to me. So I have a few of the exact same ones, and I was able. That's where, like, I showed that Hulk and a bunch of those weird monster faces. Was me just practicing on that material. And so then I was like,
Right.
okay, I'm going to go to color pencil, um, and which is what I've been wanting to do anyway, but I just didn't want to like eat up the time. But I'm like, well, now I need to. So I've been doing these. I had 8 regular commissions to do plus these two. So, or is it nine? Nine. So I got through these 6 first, figuring I'll figure out the process with these 6 on my own paper, and then go do
Mm.
the sketch covers, ship those to those guys, and then do the last 3 because the last 3 I have of these are all Overwatch characters. So I can lead in from those Overwatch into that Overwatch Plussy piece.
Cool. Yeah. Warm up for it.
Yeah, so I come up with that plan, and then in the middle of it, as I'm posting, then they're like, "Where's mine? What's taking so long?" You know, and I'm like, "Guys, I have a fucking plan." You know, just fucking
All,
guys, just chill, dude. Like, I swear to Christ, this is,
all part of the plan.
well, that was funny because I had to do that Joker, but I actually had to quote that. You know, I'm like you just, but in the meantime, like I got the Megavision shit is weeks late, and IDW stuff is about a month late, but whatever. So
how's IDW with it? Are they kicking off, or are they all right about it?
They haven't mentioned anything in a while, so I assume they're okay. I don't really. If they're not, I don't really care. I mean, because at the end of the day, I don't know how much more work I want to do with that. Um, they're great, and it's fun to say, "Oh, wow, I drew an Optimus Prime," but I can draw an Optimus Prime whenever I want.
Yeah,
I don't think having one that actually gets printed means anything to me. They really just are letting me do the covers because they want me to do comic book sequential work, and I don't want to do it. So I don't see the point in pursuing something that's just getting in the way of me producing my own comics.
yeah, fair enough.
So I'm pretty.
It's good.
Hmm?
You've got a couple in about now, so it's not. Yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not what they want to hear, and it's not what some of my fans, they're like, "Oh, it'd be great if you worked on stuff." I'm like, "Would it? Would it? Because you're not going to be able to buy a lot of these. Like, I know you think it's one of like 13 fucking covers they're doing. Like the odds of you getting it, you got to go in there and request it, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I don't know if it's not. It's not anything that I would have been more excited about it maybe 10 years ago, but now it's
yeah.
like, I've already walked into
What if it was
Walmart and seen this shit.
a TMT cover?
I don't care because I can just draw TMNT whenever I want. How many? Okay, who's drawing TMNT right now?
I
Who's
have no
drawing
idea. It must
TMNT
be.
variant covers right now? Can you name me the artist? You can't. It doesn't matter. You,
No.
you see what I'm saying? It does,
Yeah,
you can say, well, it's real, but anything's as real as you make it. You understand what I mean? Like I've worked on every T-shirt for a Marvel movie from Spider-Man 3 all the way up to Age of Ultron. It doesn't. I've seen my stuff in stores. I don't get a. You know what I mean? I don't get, and it's not going to help my career because I got to tell you right now, the work that gets me work is the stuff that I like get to do what I do. Like the Game Informer thing was cool because that's like once probably ever you're going to get a chance to have 6 million of something printed. You know what I mean? Like you look at the numbers, like, oh, it's 6 million. But I mean,
yeah.
how many
It'll
variant
probably
covers?
with you.
500 variant covers. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's not gonna get me into con. It's not gonna. It's not gonna. And it's gonna be littered with a bunch of characters. It's not. It's gonna. It's what I call in T-shirts. Let's say you want to do an Avengers piece. So I drew an Avengers shirt once. I drew it comic booky style. But I had to take out characters because they didn't want to pay the full Avengers license. And then Wolverine gets shoved in and fucking Doctor Strange gets shoved in. Well, no one cares about your fucking four Avengers characters with two. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah,
on the Transformer stuff, it's like, oh, that's a cool Optimus Prime, but who are the six other fucking characters? Somebody knows, but not most people. So what
yeah. They're
happens?
not the iconic ones that everyone knows straight away.
Right, but when I do a gaming piece on my own, that has all the characters from the game plus the controllers and the boxes and like I'm able to tie it together. You know what I'm saying? Then they go, "Oh, this is all that thing I like." It's very
Yeah,
it's very very different. So, plus man, I'm telling you the only thing that's going to make me want to work at this point is my own thing. So, I don't know if I'll be able to even finish the next two covers. I got to send them an email tonight or tomorrow and be like, "Here's my schedule. If that's going to work, great. If not, then it was fun, but I can draw Transformers, man. I'm just not. I can't draw and ink a Transformers comic, which is what I would have to do. Um, that's what they want me to do, and I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that, Tom. I don't know how guys
in your
draw.
that'd be a lot of work in your whole
Well, the way they get
in your
around it is
style.
they make the Transformers way
Yeah,
cartoony. Have you seen any of the comics? Like they look really cartoony. Like they're thin. They're basically like cartoony action figures, and I would want something that's more
chunky.
or battle chasers. You know what I mean? Like Image
Uh,
Comics, and that there's just they never did that shit on a schedule. I would never be able to do it on it. So whatever, whatever. It would be great if you worked on other. I know any comic. So I'll work it out. I'll figure out some schedule. You know, something happens. I gotta finish Game Cave and move on with my life. So I finally paid for the Game Cave Universe URL. So I've been waiting for GameCave.com for about 10 years now. But whoever got it bought it in '96, and
Mm.
they've re-upped it to 2022. So it's some firm out in. It's someone just squatting on the simplicity of the name. You know. So I've been weighing back and forth if I should do Game Cave Comics or, but it'll be the Game Cave Universe. And now I got the Twitch set up, so I'll be drawing Darksiders soon, plus the Overwatch. So any gaming related pieces, I'll be streaming through Twitch. That thing gets shoved into the YouTube.
Oh, sweet. I'll have to check out on that. Didn't realize you're doing it on Twitch.
Yeah, you'll get a notification. How's your art going, man? You finishing your
Yeah.
raccoon?
Yeah, I've finished the raccoon. Rocket raccoon. Um, I'm doing it's a nephew's birthday, so and he wants to be. So it's I'm not posting anything on it at the minute. I won't post anything on it at all, but it's for him. So I'm just working on that at the minute.
Is that Hulk
Um,
thing you were working on?
is that what? Sorry.
That Hulk one you were doing?
Oh no, that was
Oh, something else.
long since finished. Yeah, that was long since. That was a commission, but I've never taken a commission like that again. This is just because my nephew sees all my work and always wants me to draw him. So I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, draw him. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's only taken like a few days. It's not a huge piece. I'm just working on it now. But I'm not. Yeah, I'm away to Georgia next month, so I'm just getting a few things out of the way, and then not doing anything until I get back.
That's right. You're going to Georgia. You're gonna get some. Don't eat at Chick-fil-A, bro.
No,
So I try to tell
no.
you, get some
I've
real.
since learned what they are. I thought it was like a decent restaurant. I didn't realize it was like a fast food thing.
Yeah, it's fast food.
So I won't be going there.
Get some locally. You got to get there early because they're gonna run out.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, dude. You'll eat well.
I intend to. I'm looking forward to the smoked ribs and the steaks and all that jazz.
Yeah, they don't have that in the UK. I know. You got
Yeah,
good curry, but that's about it.
yeah.
You know.
I know. I was speaking to my sister's husband's brother's wife. It's a long list, but she's American, and I met them the other week for a catch up, and we were talking about the differences in food. And he lives out there. He's English and lives out there, and his wife's American family. And he says he misses roast dinners because they don't really have them over there. And we were trying to describe to her what Yorkshire puddings were, and she just wasn't getting it.
She doesn't know what a trifle is.
I think that's what I tried for this. I hope, but
You'd be surprised, man.
it's quite a British thing. I didn't really realize it until you speak to other people, and they're like, "What the fuck? Custard and jelly and cream? And sponge cake? It's yeah."
In its traditional form, it's revolting. In a fresh food form, like if you make everything,
Yeah.
it's quite delicious. But yeah, I mean, if you pull up a traditional 1950 style trifle, you're gonna vomit. Like it's it's just confection, canned sugar, preservatives upon preservatives upon preservatives upon.
So I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't really like jelly, so I'd probably avoid it myself. But we've probably got quite a few just sickeningly sweet desserts and pudding. We call desserts pudding over here, and so when they said to her, "Do you want some pudding?" she was expecting like some sort of chocolate thing in a cup.
Oh.
And then she gets handed like treacle tart or something. She was like, "Oh, I thought we were having pudding." They're like, "Yeah, pudding, dessert." She's like, "Oh, well, I see what's happened here."
Well, I was reading a fascinating essay about linguistics and the idea of, like they call it Ebonics here in America, but the way they speak in ghetto neighborhoods, which transcends race. So white people speak this way, black people, and they're trying to figure out where it came from. And they really traced it back to the UK. The idea of saying like we be or I be all comes. This is all from like English uh, sailors that settled around the southern region during the French colonies, and all this like. So a lot of these cats in the South that are like,
Right.
fuck, Yankee, Yankee pride, na 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 na, like they're actually speaking a form of traditional like slang, British slang, like English slang. They don't know. Like, it's like it's just fascinating.
Weeby is like a West Country dialect. Um, the traditional sort of pirate sounding
Yeah,
voice. Well, that comes from Bristol, which is where Blackbeard came from, and it's that proper "R." We going down the pub, all that sort of turn of phrase in the voice. That's from Bristolian accents.
hmm.
So that's where that came from. So the West Country and Cornwall area is that IB Weeby sort of dialect.
Yeah, that's where it all comes from, man. I only dated one girl when I was in the army for about a month or two in Germany, but she was a student because I lived next to a college. I was in Friedberg, Germany, and there's this little college in a castle, and she just happened to be an English exchange, whatever. She was going there, even though I was in Germany, and she was South African, but a colony, so she had an English accent. And my
Mm.
roommates were all primarily from like Atlanta, Georgia, Pittsburgh, and they could not stand her English accent. Like the look on her face was just revolting, dude. They're like you could just see them, like like when you put something in a baby's mouth and they like the time. I would watch these cringe like worthy dudes, just like what is wrong with her? I'm like wrong. You understand? Like it's a whole world out there, guys. You know. So she was awesome, but she was only there for like I caught her right as she graduated. So.
Mm.
And I just watched Buffy for the remaining 3 years. That was my. I didn't want to date anyone in the army. I was afraid I'd get suckered into marrying. You only make like $700 a month, so I seen guys all the time. Yeah, they get married thinking they can do it, and it's like nope. So they end up on food stamps. But I'm over here just doing this shit.
Mm-mm.
God.
Keep in touch with your buddies from the army.
I was gonna say yeah. I've Chris, my buddy Chris, the one who I said was from World War One. His grandfather, he was
Ah,
stationed with
right.
me. I had a buddy Griffin. Uh, he's from Pittsburgh. He stayed in. He's retiring. And then my buddy McKinnon, who actually went AWOL. He went AWOL. We weren't at war when I was in, and he was like he looks like Chris Pine from the Star Trek movies.
Yeah.
Super smart. He was on the colonel's tank. Everyone wanted him, but he can't handle authority, or I don't know what it is, man.
Yeah, I know the type you mean.
So he wanted out, and so he figured he can get a general discharge if he just left. So the night he left, he didn't want to go out the front gate because they had this cab picking him up. So he wanted to go out the side gate, but it was closed. So I helped him literally over a barbed wire fence, like, and I'm like, all right, well you're out of here. And then I got called in, a week later to figure out you're his friend. I'm like, I don't know anything about it. And they're like, they knew I knew, but I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
know. No cameras. I don't can't prove. He's fine. He got a general discharge. And he's living out in Michigan. It's one of those guys that legitimately would have been a super soldier, but just can't seem to handle. He should have been an officer or something. He was just. I should have been an officer. I was surrounded by morons, legitimate stupid people, dude, just dumb people they're grabbing their crotch the whole time while they talk to you. You understand what I'm talking about? Isn't that?
Right, just to reaffirm their manhood.
Or just because they never stopped doing it when they were a little kid. You know what I mean? Like they didn't have someone saying you can't walk around grabbing your crotch all day.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was when you realize the guy next to you has an IQ of possibly 93. If he's lucky and he's handling weapons, like I mean, have
Make
radiation tipped
it
kinetic
easy.
warheads. You're like, I'm doing. Why did I do this again? Oh, I remember. I thought it'd be fun. I just thought it'd be fun to blow stuff up. And in the event we went to war, I thought it'd be cool to have a bunch of armor around me. Catch my drift? But
Right.
come to find out, tanks will pretty much you've got a better chance of murdering yourself on a tank than anyone else has. So it's kind of a dumb move, but whatever.
Yeah, it's never appealed to me, the old army thing. I've got quite a few friends that are medics in the army, and they've been over to Afghan and they come back with some crazy stories. But yeah, for me personally, it's never really appealed.
Well, in 2004, I was in this apartment with my buddy Joe. We were sharing an apartment. I called it the sketch pad. And yeah, it was a sketch pad, dog. Two artists, it was the art
But every
thing.
day.
Yeah, the sketch pad. And the news came on, and they were trying to like do some positive spins at the time on the Iraq War because it had been a year in. And there was a story about a guy, man, who had saved had personally saved this, one or two guys. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, this was the guy that was right across from me, Sergeant Hart, who was a medic. And he was a
Ah,
DJ, and he was also artistic. So he used to see my room, and we'd shoot the shit. And he'd be like, oh, man, dude, your shit's dope. And we'd just talk about, it was always geek stuff with him and me. And I'm looking
nice.
at him, and you could just see the years on his face. And he's I'm not a war hero, and I'm just like, holy, this is like watching. Imagine like if you knew Forrest Gump, but you got out, and then you're seeing him with the president. You're like, holy shit, that guy fucking really he really what became like a fucking hero and shit. So you know, so that was cool. I mean, I wish none of them ever went through that bullshit, but
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of war. That's why I don't play first person shooters. Like maybe the Star Wars, but nothing like you want to play Call of Duty. I'm like, nah, man, you could just sign up. You know,
Yes. Not really. I think my first person shooters ended with Quake.
I do like those first person shooters in that era, or even any 3D game of that era that
Mm.
had pixel textures. You remember they were still painting the textures
Oh
in
yeah, yeah,
pixels. So it was 3D map, like Mega Man Legends. If you ever seen Mega Man Legends, they're 3D models, but all of the textures are pixel drawn.
yeah. Still a bit of art to it.
Yeah, I really like that look. I really do like 3D models with pixel textures. So Quake has it. Vagrant Story had it. If you remember that, um, that game on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I used to. I know back on the PC, but back in '93 or '94, it must have been, or maybe a bit later than that. Yeah,
Well, Vagrant
on
Story was
a
'98, but
yeah, or yeah, around then. Then it would have been. I would have been. Oh, I don't know, 10 or something like that.
oh, okay.
Just playing that, it's just and it's scaring the out of me.
So, but I am over this next year just going to finish all these projects. Like, I've even been thinking, like, if we're going to get the house, I need to probably start getting a regular side job so I can start saving up for retirement because I don't have any
Mm.
job that allow me to do that. So I've been like, but then it adds everything's going to have to wait. So I told my wife, I'm like, can I just wait till the sometime next spring? You know what I mean? Before I start doing this? Because I need something too that isn't tied to art just in case something goes under. Like, let's just say I've just had so many art jobs that all fail, and make
Yeah,
you live there that I'm like, I need something that, if it is graphic design, like I need it like a non-commercial entity, like a real estate thing, or you know what I mean, where I'm just sitting there doing some bullshit,
yeah.
packaging things or something, maybe, or a hotel or something that I could laterally use. Like if I go to a con, hey, I work at a hotel, I'll get like nothing glamorous. Like anyone here would be like, I can't believe you got to get a side job. I'm like, well, I do like having money, like,
Nothing wrong
and,
having a fallback plan. Yeah.
and not a little bit, but like I like having. I'm concerned about when I'm going to be 60. You know what I mean? Like, but it would still allow. Like if I do anything, I'm trying to find something that's closer to. It's either super easy for me or it's only 3 days a week. You know what I mean? So like 4 days a week I'm doing all of this, and then 3 days I don't. So sometimes you'll see me not on for 3 or 4 days. It's to test to see what the metrics are on that. You know, like, does this really affect YouTube? Does it really matter? You know, do people
Yeah.
forget about me on Instagram if I'm not posting? I've been testing some of those variables because there's this myth out there that YouTubers or even social media artists believe that they have to post every day or they're going to lose
Not
something.
as if everyone's so fickle that or they haven't posted for 2 days. Like, well, I'm going to stop following him then.
When the reality is they don't even see your shit sometimes for a week because they've been busy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? People come and go. So
Yeah, everyone's got their own life. Like, it doesn't revolve around the individual. Yeah. Exactly what you mean.
but your animation looked dope, dude. Thought that stuff was awesome.
Yeah, that was just a practice we did at work. We had a week um, of downtime, sort of. So they just gave us some film clips. We're like, right, we've got a week. How far can you get? It wasn't finished, that animation that I posted, but we're going to do another one in a few weeks and start again from fresh and see how far we can get with a different audio clip and just keep doing that.
Right, like Blue Sky stuff or Amnesia Fortnite, kind of like just see what you can
Yeah,
do. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
yeah. It's fun though, right?
which is oh yeah, that is my favorite thing of doing. Like we've been doing a lot of like interior renders with V-Ray with cabins, and we're trying to doing a bit of R&D with getting them into VR using Unreal, and it's just not my favorite thing in the world. The guys I work with, well, one in particular, he loves it. He loves architectural rendering, and so that's his favorite thing. And then when we do the character animation, he's not so into it, whereas I'm the other way around.
Mm.
Which does make us a good team because everyone has their favorite things and their strengths and weaknesses, and everyone complements each other. So it works out well. But naturally, you gotta do things you don't always enjoy.
Psycho says it's been 21 hours since my last stream. Thought you have to unsub after the. People get that way, bro. You know, people. There are the, but those are the people you have to like ignore. You know, but I'm what I'm doing is just building a rhythm to all this. You know, and like I mean, I just can't describe. Like, I had someone that I used to work with who bad game cave when it came out, and I got them their job. And I don't normally say shit like that, except that this person has not been the nicest to me recently in the past couple years, you know,
Right.
and sent me this whole thing asking about, they weren't even like, what's going on with SketchCraft? It wasn't even like what's going on with Game Cave. It was just like, because they're not really following what I'm doing. And I'm like, well, you do read the updates, right? And then it's like, well, it's just been so long. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm doing this. Like the Josh thing, I didn't make a big deal out of it. But like it's been about 3 years. I figured it would take 4 years to recover from the amount of money that I lost, you know? And that was with no problems, And I've had crazy weird shit with my employment, my parents dying, and now my wife possibly with her father her father got leukemia, so we've been dealing with that. And I don't really bring that shit up. It doesn't stop my art, but like the Game Cave thing, like is a $13,000 hit to refund. And so, or it's like
Mm.
closer to 8 to just produce everything. So I'm like, I'll just produce it. So I'd like to produce the version in my head. If in the next, once I get through the power prints, if it's not working at the speed I want it to, I'm just gonna make them a fucking video game magazine and be like, I'll go make the comic after this and then merge them together. But you got your gaming magazine, leave me alone. You know what I mean? Like, so because it's just, I had to tell him like, your employer is active. This person's employer is who's preventing me from working. So I'm like, so your current employer is, has been spent the last 3 years preventing me from getting any job. You know, in the field in which I can make my most. I'm over here trying to earn a living. When I'm doing these commissions, it's not because I'm like I'm bored with Game Cave and I want to go do something else and this is fun. It's like I have bills to pay too, even if it's art bills or food or whatever. Like
Yeah.
it's like so
I
just
think that makes your stream a bit more real, which I quite like. Where other streamers, um, I don't know, they're doing all these challenges, one marker challenge, two marker challenges, or I
fuck all
just
that.
they just seem to be like, yeah, they seem to be like dossing around all day. And I'm like, is this your job? Like, I don't understand where you're coming from. Like, you're just enjoying art for the sake of it, which is fine, but I don't can't connect with it.
Yeah, my buddy Joe tried that once in the art department. He's like, we should have an art challenge, art off or whatever. He was like an art off. And I looked at him. I'm like, you need to focus on fucking doing your job because you're this close to getting fucking written up. You know what I mean? Like, you're currently not as good as you think you are. Your work kind of sucks. And don't fucking, we live together. He's the guy who lived with me in the sketchpad. I got him this job. He's a
Right.
different person. I try to get people employment dumb. You know what I mean? Like, because
Because
I
you're a
just
good
believe,
guy.
well, no, I just believe it if people have talents, they should have the opportunity to do something with them.
Yeah.
But this dude, I'm like, you wouldn't draw. We had an art off every night when I lived that fuck. You didn't draw shit. Like, we were supposed to draw comics together, and he would just come home and not do anything. He'd play Magic all night. So like, don't start the fucking art off. It's very like it's like junior high when they start doing that shit. Like, you want to challenge, I want to limit myself. I'm like, then fucking limit yourself, but leave me the fuck out of it. Like, I don't want anything to do with this. I know what I've been limited. I've had jobs where they limit me. They take away everything. You know. So when people are like, "Oh, you should use a different program," I'm like, "Nah, man. Like I'm tired of fucking starting over from scratch. Every time I turn
Yeah.
around
I don't really think the program
is the problem.
well, it's just a tool. Like, yeah, what does the actual art that you're making look like? I don't give a fuck what program you're using. But, like, what does the outcome look like?
And then when I see people who endlessly draw from photos, it's like I can draw from photos too. I'll go show you a nice realistic Vader shirt I did. The last time I did this, and I'm like, it looks just like Vader. There's no artistic, Boba Fett, Vader, walkers. I'm like, I can do this shit too. I just don't care. I used to have to fucking endlessly pencil render Bruce Lee shirts. So if you've ever seen a Bruce Lee shirt, I probably have something to do with it. And it's just like, I don't enjoy this, man. Like, and when I see people tracing from photos, I'm like, well, that's not the shit. We've been down this path many times before, but there's always some little trick. They're trying to find some trick or turn it into a game. And it's like, if I want to play a game, I got a dog. I'm gonna go play a game with my dog. Like art is just even this goofy little drawing I take seriously. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I am trying different things with the face and the hair that I wouldn't normally do just to see what it looks like. But I'm not. I mean, shit. A real challenge, bro, is trying to get someone to fucking approve some shit you did. You know what that's like. You know what I mean? When you do some shit and you're
Yeah.
like, I just need them to approve it so I can get paid. Like that's a fucking challenge.
Yeah, appeasing the man.
Whatever that is, because even when I do like the super cheap covers, I can't draw. I can only add so much style. There's only so much I can do with poses or style because it has to get approved. You know?
Yeah, in my case, it's usually corporate clients, and they make the worst decisions. Like, oh, can you put this our brand colors on this? That will look terrible. Don't do that. Well, we want you to do that. Ah, fuck. Okay.
Right. Yeah, well, and so like I've had enough challenges in my art career. I don't need to sit here and play these weird games. Like I watched one guy. I was saying I've said this story before the last art department. And this kid came in. He's like 21, 22, and he was like, I'm doing everything on one layer. I'm like, you're gonna get fired. And he's like, well,
Don't
I
do
mean,
that.
I mean, real artists. I'm like, all right, well, us pretend artists are gonna keep our jobs because someone needs to edit your file when there's changes. And if you merge that fucking art down, or you only produce on one layer, like they're gonna sep it on one layer, dumbass, because everything's channel sepped. And in separations, it's 4 plates, so it's all merged anyway. But if we need to
Mm.
make changes to the art, you need to keep the layers in, dumbass. Like, and so he went off and did his own fucking thing, and guess who got fired? like, like, he got warned, and then he just kept fucking doing it.
it's the irony of his mindset of thinking, oh, this is what real artists do, when they don't. They just don't, because they know they need to back building redundancies to pretty much every part of their work for the times they need to go change it and go back.
Well, like he, like stuff like, well, art, when you paint, you don't have layers. I'm like, well, I paint and I have layers. Every time it dries, it's a layer, dumbass. And there's a reason why Drew Struzan gessoed his board, so if he had to replace something, he could peel the fucking gesso off. Cut around, peel the gesso off, draw the new element, re-gesso, draw the new element, and build on top. Like, it was an editable way of making traditional art. Like, don't fucking tell me. It's just crazy, dude. Like, no, yeah. And then the guy was like, I'm gonna do something where I don't even save. If I lose it, it's gone. And I'm like, fucking, I don't. You know what I mean? You people are crazy, man. Like, I don't. This is madness. I don't have time for this shit.
And what if they need to pass it off onto someone else? Like
Well,
in
because
my
they've never
department,
worked with anybody else. Do you
yeah.
understand? They're just sitting in their room competing with their friends at school or online, but they never had to hand their, like, I remember, you get changes and it's like dealing with that guy as a pain, or not just this guy, but artists like it, dealing with the artists, the newer ones or whatever. They don't want to change it, or it's so then it gets handed to me, handed to Rob, and because I'll fix it. Then that whole idea of like, hey man, where's your files? Well, I mean, I'm like, it wasn't an option. He said, put your fucking art in the fucking drive. Your name is not, you don't cut the checks, dog. Like, it's just this mentality. And it's 50-50 with new artists. They come in, sometimes they get it. Most of them don't, you know? They could never hand. That's why, group projects, if they ever go to an art school, group projects generally fail the most because no one can handle handing someone their art off.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I didn't make a big deal out of this, but I saw Ashley kind of like struggling a bit with the Sonic piece that she'd worked on, and she should be able to nail Sonic super easy. And I was like, "What is?" I said, "Just." I let her finish before I did anything because if you interrupt the process, that can be mean. Um,
Hmm.
I said, "Were you having trouble?" She's like, "Yeah, I don't get it." I'm like, "Why?" Turns out she was like thinking of every version of Sonic there ever was. You know what I mean? And trying to like compete with that. I'm like, just draw what you do. Like I was like, I don't even think I can draw Sonic. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, just crazy. Now she's telling herself, like, she was struggling with Spider-Man one day, and she was like, I don't know, like Spider-Man. Maybe I'm not up for drawing superheroes. I'm like, you draw Venom, just like Spider-Man has no hair, no nose, no
Venom.
eyes. Yeah, I'm like, you know what it is? You're new to this, and you're finding the limits in your head. So I had to have this conversation about what to do. And at some point I need to make a video on that, like what to do when you reach that point.
It's like getting out of the way of yourself to let yourself be able to draw it.
Right. So when it
Sort
comes to the
of.
Megavision stuff, I said, well, why don't we do this? I want you to focus on just drawing it and I'll color it. Because I think she also needs to have the experience where someone else handles her art other than her. You
Hmm.
know? Statistically, it's probably going to happen. So trust me, because I'm not going to go and fuck your shit up. Um, and then moving forward, she can just focus on drawing this stuff and do the pencils, which she's really good at. Play to her strength and build confidence up versus trying to become mini Rob. You know what I mean? At 25,
Mm.
because I couldn't do it at 25. I couldn't produce my Sonic cover when I was 25. You know what I mean? All by myself with the painted carrot backgrounds and the carrot. I couldn't do it, dude. So it's okay. Like just
Yeah.
and
And
it's
she is, for her age, she is really good.
that's what I try to tell her.
Literally.
I'm like, she's really good. So I just don't want her. You can get better at other things as you go along. But in the meantime, when it comes to this, let's just start this process. And it's good for me to work on things that aren't my own art sometimes too. So
Hmm.
I can focus on, like, does my process of coloring things actually, is it catered to how I work or will it work with anybody's stuff? You
Yeah,
know what I
you
mean?
translate.
I'm curious. And it works just fine. So it's not really.
It looks like you had quite a bit of positive feedback from your collab with her.
Yeah, no one was like, you suck, so it wasn't any of that. Yeah, but and then maybe in the future, she can do a cover and then I'll just color it.
Hmm.
So it's possible. But I mean, I do all of it. I do all of it at my own expense. You know what I mean? There's no budget for this, so it's just me looking at what's good for the team long term. And then putting the effort forward. But she was on board, and the
Yeah.
Megavisions dudes were on board. So, because the fact that it's just funny watching her. Like, I don't know if I can draw Sonic. I'm like, you get all you do is draw creatures all fucking day. Are you kidding me? It's funny.
Yeah.
I told myself the
Was
same
that
thing
the
about.
Sonic one when they were all stood next to each other in a row for the interior? Was that the piece?
Yeah, and that was like the third version of that layout. She did like two other fucking. She just kept going back and forth, and I was just looking at her. I'm like, and then she needed direction. So the other thing was, I felt that she was trying to encapsulate the game with her art. So first off,
Hmm.
she's not her rate for the interior art is not the same as my rate for the covers. It's far less. So there's only so much effort she should be doing, I believe. And I want all of that put into her line art. So she was like trying to encapsulate the game with these drawings. And I'm like, I don't think that's what I'm doing with the cover. So now you're kind of like crossing over. You know what I mean? And we don't need a competition between one another, or even a perceived competition, or you in your head feeling like you need. Which part of the game are you drawing? Well, I'm going to draw. So I said, why don't we do this for the Wonder Boy piece, or moving forward, I'll encapsulate the game on the cover, but the interior art should focus on one element from the game, like a boss battle or a memorable level or something like that.
Yeah.
So, because that's going to reflect more on the game review anyway. When they talk about a game, they're getting into specifics. So you're going to have something specific and more,
Yeah,
you
it
know.
makes sense.
So, like I love the underwater levels in Mario. Not a lot of people do, or even Donkey Kong Country. I love the underwater levels in Donkey Kong Country. That is not the best representation of that game, though. Like if you were to draw a Donkey Kong Country piece and it was all underwater, people would go, "But it's a jungle game," and you're like, "Yeah, I know." So the cover would be more of the jungle thing or the island motif with all these characters. The interior thing would be the underwater piece, which I think is important because it's a memorable moment. Whether you like it or hate it, it's definitely memorable.
Yeah.
So
I think that format will work quite well going forward.
yeah, well, that's all the years I spent working on game magazines. I had to explain this to Dave when he would just have me draw random stupid shit, and I'd be like, "Why am I putting 18 characters on this piece next to the game?" So could never convince him to let me do it. So I just convinced the fucking Megavision guys. I'm like, which didn't take much. So they
I'd
luckily
imagine
trust
he'd
me.
trust your judgment by this point, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, it's because they keep getting advice that I warn them about, and then when they go through it, they realize I'm right. And I'm like, I tried to tell you. I'm like, yeah, I see why you arrived at that. So I like them, and I told them too. They went to E3 this year, and I said, I kind of miss. I really do feel that if I don't believe in fate or destiny or none of that shit. But if I were to have a birthright, like my thing was supposed to be game magazines, and I feel I had achieved it, and it was taken away from me. You know what I mean? To be like, imagine if you got to be a comic book artist, and then World War II broke out, and you just happen to be living in Germany as a Jew. You know what I mean? You're like,
Snatched out your fingers just as you got it.
yeah, at the cusp of when it's all starting too. Like, and it wasn't really starting, but I mean, it was definitely snatched out, and I was getting good at it. And so I said, I think with the Megavision, initially I was only going to do the first 6 covers and hand it off to Ashley. But I'm like, I don't know if she's quite there. One, yet, I want to get her there. But I'm like, two, I said I'd like to take more of an active, legitimate pressure because I have my fake game magazine with Game Cave, and I love that it's fictional. But being able to go to E3 again, you know what I mean? Like, and just if it's going to be there or something, and to participate in some real. I'd like to do more with that, in a way, and be more of a part of that and help them. And so they're on board with that. Like he's like, So you'll never have to worry about the cover art. You'll never, I mean, ever. You know what I mean? As long as I'm alive. So, and then we can also move forward too. I can maybe consult or help. With like certain things. Like let's just develop the feature story. You know, so I'll have Ashley's art with that, and then show me what you got with your layout or what you're doing with this or that, and maybe come up with some bonuses or I don't know. So
Nice.
it's just I do feel that shit was fucking snatched out of my hands.
Mm.
So more than comics. So I guess I just never intended to draw comic books for people. Did you see any movies this summer? Did you see Dunkirk? Well, it's not out there yet, I don't think, right?
No, I've not seen Dunkirk yet.
See Spider-Man?
No, not seen Spider-Man yet. We keep planning to go to see it, and then can't get a babysitter, and it's just yeah. My life's in disarray at the minute.
You
Everything I
got the
usually plan
9-year-old.
to do is
Yeah.
just not.
It's about the age I was dropped off on a doorstep myself, so I can relate.
Yeah,
I was 8. Um,
doing the school runs with him in the mornings, picking him up after school, and then they're on summer term now. So obviously I'm still at work, so we're summer camps and stuff like that, which is an extra expense. And we're getting there though. We're working through it and finding our feet.
well, teach him to cook and give him a YouTube channel. Make him productive.
Well, funny, he wants a YouTube channel,
Yeah, but
but
play games.
he has no
Yeah.
content oriented
Yeah. I'm going to play
contribute.
games and become famous. I know. I got a few friends that are down that path right now. They think they're all going to be the next Angry Joe or PewDiePie or somebody.
No, he doesn't even have that. I mean, he's 9, but due to his upbringing, he's more like 7.
Mm.
Like he's a really young 9. So he's still at that age where he actually constantly like, what would win in a fight? A lion or a crocodile, or just out the blue, all these sort of random questions, which is quite nice, but also a bit grating constantly.
You're like, you know what you do? You teach them to storyboard. Storyboard out the fight. Think how you think it would go, and then we'll put it up on the wall, and we'll sit down as a family, and then we're going to review this. You know what I mean? And give you notes on the fight.
That will shut him up for 10 minutes and give him something to do. I'm going to try that.
You just turn it into artwork. You got to Miyagi the kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was
We're massively into Pokemon at the minute, so everything is like. What would win, Pikachu or a crocodile or a giant turtle versus fucking? I can't even remember half. There's so many new Pokemon now that I can't even remember them, but he knows them all and keeps asking about them.
Well, he should turn that into a YouTube channel where he draws it out and explains why he thinks it would win. Like give detailed dissertations on, it through a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned everything into work. Even when I was a kid, I was given this conversation the night about when I was a kid. I would trade art for comics at school, but it would be rare. I'd get one a year. So I got this Turtles volume, which I finally was able to rebuy because I don't have them anymore. But the stories were collected and they would end, and so the only way to continue it would be I'm just going to draw the next 20 pages. What happens? I guess this happened, and I would like draw. I would continue the comic, like it was the only way I could read, or even and I was nowhere near as good. But you look at the poses and you try to redraw some of the poses or mix two of the poses together to create framing. And, yeah. Keep them from becoming a troll. But that's what I would do. And then they would get bored with it and find something else. And I just turn everything into work. So I did with my brothers. They hated it.
That's it. It's all in the framing. If I frame it to him as work, then he will just be against it from the get-go. But if I frame it as a game of some sort, then
Right.
he'll be on board with it.
Yeah. It's like talking to Brandon. I have to do a very similar, very similar situation. So this is what I call the Copic base. So from here, when the Copic base is done, I found that then I add the black outlines, and I'll think about this for a little bit. And then when that's done, I'll do the color pencil rendering.
Mm.
So you get coverage, which color pencils have a hard time doing. You know, spend a long time. You kill your hand, which is why I never used a ton of them. But
Yeah, has your Copic method changed over the last month or so?
they changed. Yeah, well, I went from doing everything with Copics to just doing a Copic base with color pencil. I've always wanted to. It's just I actually started with color pencil. I've been doing that since I was a kid, and I just have been so afraid to ever put my hand through pain. You know what I mean?
Got carpal tunnel or something.
Yeah, well, that's why I picked up the Cintiq in 2008. I peaked carpal. I had carpal tunnel peak. My hand was
Right.
from drawing Monstroids and Death Junior. Everything was in pencil, all the details, mechanical, everything. And so then I got a Cintiq so that I could draw the outlines with pencils and then do blacks and extra details and inks. And then it went to all digital inks and then all digital work. While I figured out how to draw with pens, I was never good at drawing with pens. So it took years to figure out how to do what I have now with the red pencil and draw with pen. Then I started with Copics because I was so tired of doing that. But with the Copics, I just run into these problems where I'll come across a sketch cover or a certain paper type where it doesn't work because they're alcohol based. Um, and so then I'm like, all right, I need to bring in the color pencil. If it looks good, people seem to be responding to it, and I like the way it looks. And when you get up close, I mean, it's hard to see through the internet, but when you get up close, you get tons of texture. I mean, you get tons
Oh
of
yeah, the close-up thumbnails that you've been posting.
yeah,
You can't see any of that when you're doing the stream, but it
yeah.
looks amazing in the close-up one, so you can see all your details and everything.
And all the lines are curving around the 3D-ness, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't realize that's there until you zoom right in.
yeah.
Holy fuck, I've got loads in.
So I gotta maybe figure out I gotta probably make a stand for the camera moving forward that can get a little closer. But I don't know. I
Mm.
think on the YouTube it might just be what it is. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's tons of details with this shit, and they're vibrant. So again, color pencils add luminosity and luminosity, whereas alcohol markers will saturate.
Mm.
Because they saturate. They're not going to reflect light. Cool part is because of those lines, I do a lot of this brushstroke, right, when I'm doing work. And when they dry, it just gives me guides to put little extra lines on. So it's not like I'm figuring out where that stuff goes. I kind of just create the paths for that with the markers. So, and then I went back
Nice.
to
Yeah.
inking. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I went back to inking with the sienna ink. So with the color stuff. So with black and white, it'll be the pens, but with the color, I went back with the sienna ink because I like the way it looks better. So that's why you were asking me about the nib. I'm like, no, I've done the nib many times. It's just I stopped
Uh,
to speed things up. But once you add the color pencils, it all looks really nice. So.
I'm digging it. It's I'm still too afraid at the minute to use my Copics. Not that I've had time to actually use them anyway, but yeah.
Just print something out you've already started.
Yeah, should do. I got a load for my back in June. It was my birthday, so I used that list that you printed up of the 64 of them, and I've got about half, maybe 30 odd of them.
Mm.
And once I've got a window to actually do some, yeah, I should just print up something. And I've tried them. On pieces of paper, I've mixed them and had to go and sort of see what they can do, but I've not actually made a piece yet with them.
Yeah, well, what I first did was just scan my pencils in and print out. So if I screwed it up, I'd just make another printout. And that's why I did those little 5x7. That's where those Mega Mans came from and everything else.
Right.
Um, oh, also this whole thing actually came from the sketch card thing I told you about that I failed on. So because the paper was so bad that they gave me, um, that at the very end I just did a very minimal amount of Copic and did the rest in color pencil, and it looked amazing. But then I looked at the time, and there was no way I could make it. Even if I had worked 16 hours a day doing nothing but that, I just there was not enough time,
Yeah.
And so I sent everything back, and I don't think they'll ever hire me again. So you get one chance, bro. That's how it works. I mean, I sent a letter too. I sent an email. I also physically printed out a letter and signed it, put it on top of everything, explaining. Never got a response. So
Ooh,
yeah,
old school.
so they don't care. But I've then taken that development and put it here, so I get paid. you know, well,
One way or the other. Yeah.
you know, you gotta get a win wherever you can, Dom. You know.
Right, I'm gonna have to pitch off now.
Yeah, it was good talking.
Yeah, and you, mate. I'll probably be back on catching a stream later tonight
I
if
will
you're
be
back
drawing
on.
Megavisions all tonight, so if you want to shoot the shit or whatever, you can hit me up. I'll be
Yeah.
here. It's gonna be digital drawing. It's gonna be tedious, so if you want to hang out, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'll be on.
Awesome. You have a good day, man. To you and your family.
And you guys, see ya. You in the chat, Psycho. Yeah.
Later. What's up, Psycho? Remember doing that when I was a kid? Huge Venom fan. Got Spider-Man was winning. So right. Yeah. Same thing. All right, folks. Give me 5 minutes. I need to go grab a snack. I'm hungry. I'm gonna come back and start the color pencil work. Alrighty. Sub Dado. Always appreciated. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Daisuke? Sorry. Just working on this commission. Not really. I'm just too busy working to follow other artists. The only other stuff on YouTube I watch is like Collider, Schmodown, John Campia. Sometimes they Angry Joe reviews. You know? And a lot of alien radio, old radio shows from the 90s, like Coast to Coast. But now I don't follow anyone else. I know John. We've had John on the show. But John Rector. He started watching me and then got a hold of me. But I just don't have the time. So. A lot of great talent, though. I wasn't on a schedule, what character would you like to draw? My own or existing? My own, I would just work on Game Cave. If it's pre-existing, I would probably work on some 90s image stuff. You know, Max Pitt, Prophet. You know, Spawn or something. Not a huge audience for that, but it's on my list. Maybe Thundercats. Well, you know, the trick is, hold on. Start with limited colors. You know, start with light colors and go dark, and then color copies of your art. So you're not, even if it's someone else's art, just color copies of things. So you're not, if you make mistakes, you're not ruining your stuff. What brand of color pencil? These are Polychromos. Polychromos. They're oil based, not instead of wax, so they have a smoother texture. They don't break like um, Prismacolors do. Yeah, Prismacolors are wax based. These don't have as many colors as Prismacolors, but it really hasn't been a problem. And they feel more like butter when you draw. This is non-wax based. Like, yes, yeah, much smoother. The word to describe it is creamy. They feel creamy. I'm gonna assume you two are friends, Zed. But let's just watch the language. Alrighty. Then we're done with that one. I don't have any patience for it. No, doesn't matter now. And there's nothing new about this, man. I've been around long enough to see it at Comic Con since I was a kid. You know, my first con in '92, I watched two grown men fight over a fucking Transformers toy. You know, not even new, just some old toy, and so, cursing and screaming, and security had to come. And then I watched guys become a little bit of assholes during the Image line. You know, because comics were really big at the time, so you had like gang members and people who weren't even fans like in there and causing shit with people, and stealing merchandise. So YouTube can't take credit for assholes. You know. Yeah, I don't care about banning people if they're gonna be jerks. You know, I just, I mean, I've only had to do it like maybe 4 times, including this one, so it'll happen. You get a little bit bigger, you get guys come on there who just want to be jerks. So you ban them. They go, you could have banned me. I'm like, I don't care. When I was a kid, it was super cheap, and it was if you signed up for con in January, for all 4 days, it was $20. You know, it was like 40 at the door. Sorry, 1 second. Right, I try to get it. I'm ready for this to be over with. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I saw Suicide Squad. It reminded me of a movie when I was a kid called Mortal Kombat. You know, a lot of music, a lot of jokes, not a lot of sense, but it was fun. I liked it. I liked Mortal Kombat when I was 15. You know. I'm 38, so about the same age. Do I play any games now? Past few weeks I haven't played anything. I'm playing Breath of the Wild still. I might be able to play an hour or two a week, so I'm playing that. I'm gonna get Drive sent over on my GameFly so I can play the new Drive. I probably won't buy another game till Mario in October. And I still throw down on Witcher 3. I'll be playing that for the next several years. With my GameFly, I generally will rent a game and play it for about an hour to 4 hours tops and send it back and get another one, but I haven't done anything in about a month. So, probably do the same thing with Battlefront. I only buy a few games a year, but I use my GameFly a lot. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Mario and a few indie games, you know. I like a lot of indie games. I'm most looking forward to Dragon Quest next year, though. So, it's my favorite series. And Red Dead! Red Dead Redemption! Can't wait for that. Well, they got a new one coming out next year, so it's awesome. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the story DLC for Uncharted 4. Favorite movie last year, Uncharted 4. This is one of the few Prismacolors I do use. They don't have a color like it with the Polychromos. It's this aqua green light. It's called Pale Sage. So when I want like a really light, creamy green core that isn't yellow, I use this. Until Polychromos makes something like it. Hey, what's up? Randomly types all that name into his keyboard. Excuse me 1 second. Oh, thank you. Very nice. QA. If you have questions, sure. It's fine. Just bear with my random coughs. I gotta getting over a cold. Only seems to pop up when I talk, so. bought a Wacom Intuos and started digital painting, but problems with brushes. Like what problems? You having trouble using the brushes, or trying to figure out how to use them, or I don't understand what trouble. And you said any brush link. Are you looking for brushes, like, and you don't have any? If you're looking for some brushes to buy, Kyle's brushes, you can look that up. He makes some good stuff. You want to use your tool presets for that. But those are pretty good. He's got like a mega pack you can buy for like $10 or $20 or something. Lots of good stuff in there. He's got a bunch of individual ones, but there is this mega pack you can get. I would suggest that. Yeah, Kyle's brushes. Pretty easy to find on the internet. Yeah, yeah, he's got they're natural brushes. They're all based around natural painting. I think the thing to remember with landscape painting, man, is you should really be practicing versus a leaf brush and a grass brush. You should be practicing form and light, rendering shape, understanding of foreground, a middle ground, a background. You can use a basic hard brush and turn the opacity down and paint amazing stuff with it. So he's got a lot of natural brushes that will give you more natural effects, but you still need to use, you still need to develop the ability to render light, know where your light sources come, where balanced lights are coming from, how to create atmospheric, fall off, studying from, actual scenery, life and stuff. So no brush is going to give that to you, you know. But he has a lot of useful brushes that have lots of natural, uh, traditional work tool like effects and make it easier to block in things with pastel or oil, or give you some texturing that will, you know. But you really don't want to build a habit of trying to find all these brushes like these are my cloud brush and it's like literally photos of clouds, and this is my grass brush and it's literally blades of grass. You can always make your own brushes. Learn how to make your own brushes too. So you learn how to, to save a BMP, import as a brush, adjust the scattering, so you can also make your own custom textures and stuff as you tend to work along. And learn how to use your lasso tool. Learn how to do a little quick sketch with a simple brush or with pen and pencil, and use your lasso tool to make selections and carve out basic shapes. Like it's a very powerful function in Photoshop that, you know, Right, a lot of practice. Yeah, I mean, do small thumbnails. Just photograph things while you're walking around. Go walk during sunset, early in the morning or at dusk. You know, photograph. You know, leaves, plants, anything, and just look at it and start to render. Things in value. Learn black and white painting, which value painting, so you can really understand light sources. You know, global light, balanced light, how things. You got to learn form more than the details. The details you render over the form. Yeah, no problem. You go down that path, and you're going to do fine. the base is Copic. So these are Copic, and I did base Copic here and then color pencil over. So with the Copic, I get coverage, like that's what these are, and then I'll go over it. And get more color and texture and all that stuff. Saves time. No problem. Will be all digital.
No, they'll be hand drawn and colored digitally. It's easier to do all the texturing traditionally. The X-Men pieces will be all digital because of the amount of characters. One character, dude. Darksiders is not going to be hard. It's one character per piece. It would actually take longer to do digitally because of all the texturing. I'm still trying to work out that balance. Like, when I draw guns, it's easier to draw them traditionally than it is for me to sit down there and measure everything out digitally and add all those nicks and ticks. And so I did a practice thing on one of these fucking things where, oh, it was on one of the G.I. Joe things. The gun on one of those covers for First Strike is traditional. I don't know. I did some tests where I had something digital and I threw in a digital gun or traditional, and you couldn't tell the difference. So they blended in. So it's a matter of like when I go digital and I need a traditional detailed thing of drawing it digitally first, printing it out, drawing the traditional portion, and scanning it in. Because what I can do in a couple minutes would take me like an hour when it comes to that stuff digitally. Nah, it's gonna be pretty easy, man. As for eating a heart, nah, guys, way better than I'll ever be, bro. No, no Jelly Roll. This is Sharpie. I picked this up right before con, and I've been using it ever since. No problems. And it's water-based, so you don't have to worry about it smelling up your room. And it has a felt tip, so it's never gonna smudge or not roll over things. They basically bought one of almost every white pen they have on Amazon and settled on this. See, Sharpie. Water-based white paint, extra fine point. Thanks, Devon. Move these out the way. You're too kind, Joda. You're too kind. Sorry, guys. All right, everybody. So, a little under 6 hours. Boom. It's been a pretty consistent time for the coloring, about 6 hours. So, there you go. I'll post pics with close-ups, on the Instagram and the Facebook page. So if you want to see close-ups of the textures and stuff like that, I'll do one of those multi-pics with all that. That'll be up today. I'll be back on tonight. We got to draw Megavisions, and we got to work on that straight through. And next week I got 2 sketch covers to do, and then we got 3 Overwatch commissions to do before I'm done. So with all this stuff. So I'll be back on tonight to draw some digital drawing tonight. So if you want to see some digital drawing, see how I work digitally, you can join in there. Podcast Monday. So if you got questions about art tips, or you got something you want me to cover, let me know. Leave them in the comments below, or send me a direct message. I will see you all later on today, folks. Peace, everybody.